everybody. A few people who popping in. Hello. My name is Chelsea, and I suck at video games, so instead I paint, and I also suck at keeping a regular streaming schedule. If you are new to my stream, welcome. Again, I'm Chelsea, and I paint because I can't play video games. If you are one of my usual squad, hi again. Sorry for ghosting you for a month. It's been a little while. Just had a lot of things happening in our personal lives here, and I just haven't really been in that mental state to be creative, and I haven't really been in a good place to stream, and with it being the end of the semester, things are a little bit crazy now, scrambling to try to put out a bunch of fires at work. But I'm back, and I'm wanting to get myself back into this routine so that I can, continue with my projects and just kind of continue making content and trying to get it out for people who might be interested. So, back again after, it's been a month, literally a month. So, thank you for joining me here tonight. So, I have been working on my Book Nook for a little while, my little, magical school diorama. It's definitely not Hogwarts. It's definitely just a different magical school. But tonight I am deciding instead to take a break from that because it's terrifying and I don't know how to hook up electronics. So instead we are taking a break from the Book Nook, and I am instead going to be working on a miniature. A Maxiature? A big miniature. I'm going to call it a Maxiature. I'm going to be working on painting a Maxiature for our D&D campaign that my husband Adam has been running, and this is a mini that the base needs to be completed. So this is actually a project that I did a while ago, and we are now at a point where this creature is going to become relevant to the plot. And so Adam asked me if I could go ahead and finish up the base, and so that is what I'm going to do. Now, this thing is actually pretty impressive. I'm not saying from the work that I've already done on it, I'm talking about in sheer size. Like, I am astounded at the different sized figures that companies will come up with for D&D and for tabletop RPGs. It's insane to me. So this is a rock model, as you can see below. This is a rock model, technically, that we have repurposed into a homebrew creature that still has the giant bird look and still has a lot of giant bird stats, but it has been homebrewed to fit more into my character's backstory. And I can go into that a little bit later when I actually get started. So this is a project that I actually am halfway done with, so all that I have to do left is paint the base on this big old thing. So let me go ahead and show you what the finished part looks like. So this is our Boreal eagle. It is a gargantuan-sized, I think, is what he told me. Yeah, a gargantuan-sized creature in D&D. And I have painted it with different colors. And this is actually the project that I did that kind of got me interested in streaming my projects, because I went through and painted this whole thing, and then after I got it all painted and finished, I then went, maybe I could have streamed that and, given people something a little ambient and, calm, that they could have just seen the process of me working through this thing. So, unfortunately, it's done. So unfortunately, you won't be able to see the process of making this part, but we are going to go ahead and complete it because we need to paint the base that this thing actually sits on. Because right now it's just plain gray, and it needs to be made beautiful, gorgeous. So that's what we're going to work on tonight. So when this thing is done, it will sit on this base of rocks here. So we need to give it a pedestal worthy of such a fantastic creature. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And I'm going to try to do a combination of two different things. So the first thing that I want to do is paint the base because it's just primed gray right now, so it's a little bit boring. So I'm gonna paint it, and then I'm planning to use a few basing techniques to add some terrain and some foliage and just some interesting bits to it to make it a little more than just plain plastic. So whether or not I get through all of that tonight, we'll find out. But the nice part is, because it's rocks and dirt, it's kind of easy to get through pretty quickly, and it requires, a relatively limited palette of colors. So we might be able to do both parts and then have it completely ready for our next game, or whenever Adam decides he's gonna bring this thing into our session. So before I start whipping out my paints, if you are not familiar with the world of tabletop miniatures, there should be a widget, Adam, there should be a widget somewhere on the screen that says GIF that you can click in order to spam me with GIFs. I don't remember exactly where it shows up, but it should be a little widget down there. So, sorry, my DM is now interrupting me. So, I wanted to give a little context here before we actually paint this thing of what exactly... Well, dear, that's your own problem. If mobile's not going to work, then that's on you. I can't help you with that. I love you, but I'm sorry. Anyway, you're interrupting my lecture on miniature sizes and on creature sizes. Chill. Oh, Exothermic's here! Yay! Hi, Exothermic. Thank you for coming in. I missed you. It's good to have you here. Anyway, back to my lecture. We're slowly but surely getting some of the squad back together. Yay! Yay! Anyway, so, just for reference, in case you're not overly familiar with the sizes of these creatures. So, yes, it has been a minute. Sorry for ghosting you. My bad. Stuff happening, life got in the way. We're back. It's fine. We're back. We got a big eagle to deal with today. So, the creature sizes are different depending on what type of creature you're dealing with and the size. So, as I said, this is technically considered to be a gargantuan-sized monster. This is one of the largest sized monsters that could be included in a D&D game. They do have them bigger than this, but gargantuan's pretty big. So, for reference of size, if you're curious at all about how this is going to actually work in our game, this is my medium-sized ranger, hunter, warden. She's a special type of ranger. This is my medium-sized ranger, and she is in-game. She is 5'5", and these minis are a standard size where they can represent from, I think, like 4.5 feet all the way up to like 6.5 feet. They're meant to represent a medium-sized creature that is, around a random person's height. So, hi, Serve! Yes, she is gonna be a snack because this thing's gonna eat her, and I'm terrified. So, this is considered to be like a standard-sized human creature, like human range size creature. This is her animal companion that was considered to be at medium size at this time. So this was before he grew. Right now, the animal companion is currently large sized. So he grew from this into this, and you can still see that the large size category is still very tiny compared to my gargantuan bird. And then, part of my set here, we have the tiny Fey companion. Actually, let me slip it over here. This is my my warden's familiar, technically. She got an ability that lets her kind of find a familiar. So this is a Fey armadillo that is technically in the tiny size category. Officially. So you can kind of see how massive, I mean, it's big. It's big. So the fact that we're going to be using this creature is a really big deal. This is, I think, one of the biggest creatures that we've dealt with I mean, there was the supercomputer at one point in a different game, but like this is the biggest miniature that we own, and the fact that we're going to include it is very exciting for me. So I want to make sure that I get it done, and then it is ready to go whenever Adam decides to bring it in. So yeah, if you're interested, this is kind of the set that I'm building here, is this whole entire set for my warden character and all her little critters. So we are going to make this burb a place to sit. So we're just gonna move him out of the way. I will point out really quick, because it might be a little easier to see here, what I did with this, because again, this is a homebrewed creature. This is not officially a rock. It is not a Tolkien-esque eagle. So it is, I believe he's intending it to be a magical creature. So what I did is I painted it with pretty natural colors, but then I went through and provided metallics to the feathers. So we've got silvers and golds and brasses and coppers, and I just went through and gave a lot of metallic detail just to kind of set it apart and make it look a little more special. We've been joking around that this thing is my ho-oh, and I recently in game I got a tip that it was around because there was a big rainbow and then this big burb showed up. So it's ho-oh. My color inspiration came from Pidgeotto, not ho-oh, but it still works for bargain ho-oh. Mom, can we buy ho-oh at the store? We have ho-oh at home. Ho-oh at home, that thing right there. So I've got this big honkin' base here that we are going to need to take care of. So I'm gonna try something a little bit unusual. Instead of just painting this thing, I've got a couple plans that I want to do to use some terrain. So to provide some more like rock detail and some like dirt or sand detail. There's a lot of pieces that I'm just gonna paint. For instance, we've got these two big rocks, obviously, that are going to support the eagle when it's actually sitting and perching. And then it's actually very cool too. I didn't make this connection until like an hour ago. So the base included some bones. And if you look closely, that's an elephant skull, because rocks eat elephants. And we have a skull here, and I think that's a part of a pelvis bone over here. So those two are going to get painted with some bone detail, and they're going to get a wash to make them look really, really nice. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do, besides painting all of this area, is there's this little rim here where you could see it there a little bit better. There's this little rim here where the detailed terrain of the base cuts off, and then it's just plain plastic. So what I'm planning to do is I'm going to start off by painting everything, and then I'm going to go in with some of my terrain, my dirt and my rocks, and I'm going to put those in on this rim. So I'm not going to cover the entire thing with the dirt, because a lot of this is very textured already, and I feel like that would be a little overkill. But I feel like having a little bit of dirt and some extra rocks and grit on the edge could really set it apart. And if I'm wrong, then I'll never do it again, but I'm at least gonna give it a shot. Yeah, the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. Okay, so actual story. So in my college town, we went for a walk. A group of my friends and I went for a walk at night. And we weren't going anywhere. We weren't going to a restaurant. We weren't picking up food. We were just hanging out. And it was a nice night, and we decided to go for a walk. And we were walking around town, and we ended up a couple blocks away from the campus. I don't know exactly how far we traveled, but we were in more of a residential area of the town. And we saw a boulder in a parking lot. There was just this big boulder. And it clearly had arrived there after the fact, because the parking lot was paved, it was painted, and the boulder was sitting in one of these parking spots. And we all just looked at each other and we're like, the pioneers rode these babies for miles. Now it sounds like I'm making it up. I wish I had taken a picture of it, but I don't have evidence of it. Now I need to go back and, well, visit campus, obviously, but now I need to go back and, like, find this boulder, because it was one of those situations where I don't 100% know that it actually happened. I'm pretty sure it happened, but I don't know. Now I'm doubting my memory. I'm doubting that it actually did happen, and there was, in fact, this boulder just hanging around. Gonna have to go back. But it was perfect serendipity, because we were all a bunch of nerds who wanted to quote SpongeBob a lot, and we all just look at each other and go, "It's a rock! It's a rock!" So, it was good. It was a good time. Alright. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pick out my brushes for this. So, if I'm gonna do a large amount of surface area on this, I'm gonna need a pretty big brush. And I think this one is probably my best bet that I can use. So I'm gonna use this, and if it doesn't work, I'll switch it out for a different one. I've got a couple options here. So I'm gonna start with the bottom, the actual base, before I do the bone and before I do these big boulders here. The other thing that I'm gonna try to do, I want to avoid using too much brown or yellow, if I can. I want to avoid colors that will blend in with the eagle itself. Because if you notice, I mean, obviously, I'll flip it over, it's a little easier to see. So obviously there's a lot of brown that I included in the feathers, and there is a lot of tan, and I did try very lightly, because again, this was inspired by Pidgeotto, I very lightly went in with some yellow to try to add a little bit of interest to the flight feathers on the outside. So I would like to avoid having this blend in too much with this. I want this to be able to stand out, because the eagle is the focal point of the whole thing. So I think I'm going to try to leave these big boulders, I'm going to try to leave them gray, and I'll just touch them up with a couple of different shades. But I think this part down here, I gotta come up with something else. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at my paints, because I don't want it to be too similar to the colors of the eagle, the colors of the bird. I don't want to do that. So, now comes the fun part, where I bring out my box of paints. These are by Army Painter. There's a bunch of paints in here, and we're gonna use these somehow. I don't know exactly how. So I'm trying to take a look, because unfortunately, if it's a natural landscape, it would need to be more on the brown-red side. Something like that. Surf says, maybe some reddish rust-colored earth, and then you could add some green lichen and gray to the boulders. I like that idea. I am wanting to put some lichen on there, because I do have some mossy terrain stuff that I could put into the boulders to add some little pops of green. So I would like to do that, and I like the idea of keeping these gray. So as far as rusty colors, I know we have a rust somewhere. Glistening blood. No, not that. Dry rust. We do actually have a color that's called dry rust. Now, what I can do, I don't have to pick one color and just settle with it. I can layer different colors on top of each other. So that's the dry rust. It's a little bit more on the orangey side. I used this as part of my base, I think I did, for my ranger's hair. Like, I started with this, and then I added in some brown and a little bit more vibrant red to get her from orange to more, like, redhead. So, I know that this can blend well with other colors. But I feel like there needs to be a lighter layer underneath this, just to kind of help it stand out a little bit more. But I like Surf's idea about the rust, so we're gonna keep that out. And we're gonna try to work a little magic. Okay. Because I've got this stuff. This is called Camo Orange Ochre. To me, it doesn't look super orange. To me, it looks a little bit more... I'm sorry, that is not focused well. Like, to me, that looks a little bit more on the yellow side than on the orange side. It's like a weird mixture of orange and tan. And, like, we went through and we marked the lids with all the paint so that we could see what the colors really look like. So I almost wonder if I could use this as, like, the priming... No, because the gray, this is technically primed already. I almost wonder if I can use this as the base layer and then go over that with the rust and then go over that with another shade of brown. Again, if you're new here, hello. I'm not an artist. I have no experience, training, expertise with anything related to paint or color theory. I am simply going off of my own experience from mixing different paints and my own limited knowledge about the different ways that colors might work together. Yes, Surf, I just play a painter on TV. Exactly. That's all I do. That's all I do. So, oh, brown's a little too dark. I'm taking a look through my other tans because... Okay, I need to stay away from this one. This is amber gold. I specifically bought this and used this for the bird. So that one we know is a no-go. We cannot use that. Same with this one. This is called golden blonde. This is also a no-go because this was bought and used explicitly for the bird. And this third one is called palomino gold. These three I specifically bought intending to use it on that bird. So if I'm going to try to prevent too much homogeny, I need to not use those three. So those are banished. They're banned. Oh, sorry, there's a fourth one. Griffin tan is also banished. We're not using that. We're not using that either. So, just looking... And I can come back to these. I don't have to come up with a brown overtone right this second. I'm just trying to look at my... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Surf, I love you, and I love your idea, but I just pulled out this bottle. It's called Necrotic Flesh, and it looks gray right now. It's more of a green. Like, it really looks like a gray against this teal backdrop, but it's a very pale green. It's a pale green with some gray to it. I almost feel like this would be a better option that would really provide better contrast to the colors of the bird. Especially since right now I'm only trying to find a color that I could use in this area here. So I feel like this would be good. Surf, this one is the Necrotic Flesh through Army Painter War Paints, not Citadel. It's possible that Citadel has one. We don't buy Citadel because we haven't had great experience with it. And I usually avoid this color because the idea of necrotic flesh grosses me out. But I'm looking at this, and of all the greens that I have, this is like the most neutral of the greens. So I feel like this would be a good option to provide a little bit of color for a foresty setting without being like in your face bright ass green. And I think, again, it's hard to tell because right now that necrotic flesh looks really gray. But I feel like I could probably layer these two together, and then the yellow of the ochre, the camo ochre, I feel like that would bring out some really good...
It's a long time to be away from you.
Maybe. Maybe not. Now I'm wondering if there's something else that I should put under this necrotic flesh. Because now I'm worried that this camo ochre is going to be too yellow, and it will kind of drown out the necrotic flesh. No, the moon dust is also too yellow. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Maybe what I need to do is maybe I need to use the necrotic flesh on top of the gray primer. And then I could go over this with something else. So maybe I need to stop thinking about an undercoat and I need to just use this to start with. I think I'm gonna follow that plan. So unfortunately, the dry rust paint is gone. It is not gonna be used. We're gonna start off with some good old necrotic flesh. The things I say. Never thought I'd say these things. So. Alright. So I'm gonna use the necrotic flesh. Like I said, I'm gonna use it here. Around the base of these big boulders. On the parts that are a little bit more flat. This is gonna take quite a bit of paint because I'm gonna have to do a couple of different layers. Ugh, it just looks gross. Ugh. Maybe this wasn't a good idea because I don't love... I like the idea of using it. I just don't love how this color looks right now. It just, this is not a pleasant color. Good old necrotic flesh. There we go. But I think it could be okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna paint this ridge as well. That's gonna get covered up with dirt and stuff later. So it can have some necrotic flesh on it. The remnants of the elephants that came before. Oh dear. So. It barely looks like it's doing anything on the camera, but from my perspective, we give it a coat, another coat or two after this. It'll be nice. So again, this is just a simple break project for me to get me away from that book nook for a little while because the book nook is stressful as hell. I do want to keep streaming. Once things calm down a little bit with, obviously summer break will start and that will calm things down a little bit for work. But I am starting grad school this summer. I signed up for grad school. That's been part of my busyness, is just getting everything arranged and organized for grad school. So I will be starting that this summer. And I think it's really important for me to set aside and carve out time. Oops. Painted over a little rock. I think it's really important for me to set aside time where I can just kind of not have to think. And I can do projects like this where I am being creative and I am able to, you know, just have something else besides work and then classes and all that stuff. So, I am going to try really hard to keep on my usual schedule. I feel guilty that I ghosted for a while there, but it was necessary. It was very necessary for mental health. I am getting this stuff all kinds of messy. Good thing this is all gonna be, it's gonna be fine. A little bit of extra spillage is not gonna be a huge issue. So, thank you, Exothermic. I'm excited. I'm also nervous about grad school just because I'm not great at time management, as Adam can attest. And I have never really looked forward to getting a more advanced degree myself. That hasn't really been of interest to me, but in my line of work, in order to advance and get more money, you need to advance your degree. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. But I really struggle with procrastinating and time management, and I want to work really hard to avoid making a fool of myself and avoid not, getting stuff done, and I want to avoid neglecting my responsibilities to my students, or my responsibilities to school, or my responsibilities to friends and family. That's another thing that's important that I've really struggled to balance. So anyway, hopefully that month-long hiatus will be a fluke, and we will continue on with this. I still have a whole second book nook. I still have a whole other kit that I need to paint and build. Besides the magic school one, I have a whole other thing that we still have to put together. So I've got content for days, man. Content for days that I can do. But timing is going to be the issue. Yeah. I'm liking this necrotic green. It's definitely going to need a few more layers. And it's definitely going to need more stuff on top, but I think this is a good way to start. Yes, Billy Mays would be proud of me. And in addition to the other kit that I have, I also have some plans to build a book nook of my own sort of design. Not really my own design, it's copying off of other designs that I've seen, but I want to get some pieces to build kind of a Narnia wardrobe book nook. And so that'll happen at some point in the future. So content for days. And there's a part of me that feels like I should try streaming video games at least once. I know what everybody's going to want me to play. I'm not going to do it. I know what they're going to say, but I'm not going to do it. But Adam and I have been playing a lot of Smash Brothers, and I keep thinking, oh, well, we could stream this. It could be okay. I also recently was struck by the urge to start playing Overwatch again. I sort of miss it. A little bit. But talk about a time suck. Like, that would take up so much of my time. And then I have also started to wonder if maybe I should not try League of Legends, because I've been listening to a lot of KDA lately, and I am a little bit obsessed right now with KDA, and I know the rumors around League of Legends. I know that they're terrible and the people are terrible, but, like, the characters are kind of cool, and, like, I don't know. Overwatch was kind of neat. Maybe League of Legends would be kind of neat. I'm not going to play League of Legends. It's absolutely no. If I can't handle a simple Zelda game without rage quitting, I am not cut out for League. But I've just been... I got onto the League of Legends website today because I was looking up information about the characters that are part of KDA. And I was just curious about, like, honestly, their little nicknames. Like, they all had little nicknames, and I wanted to look at all their cute little nicknames that they had, and I started getting into this whole 140 characters. 140? That's too much. I barely can keep track of the different abilities that all of the Smash Brothers characters have. And I don't think there's 140 of them. Like, oh man, I started going down this rabbit hole. And then there's also all this lore behind the game as well, because obviously the game has to have lore. There was stuff about, like, runes, the Rune Wars. I don't know what that's about. I was reading Kaisa's character profile. Something about the Void. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's space related. So there just seems like there's a lot of content that I would need to know to get into this game. Frankly, I just really like the stupid little K-pop group. That's all I care about is the dumb little K-pop group. Their songs are really good, and I've been listening to them a lot. Surf is advising me that League is probably not a good idea. I agree with you. I don't think it's a good idea. I would like to learn a little bit more about it. Here's what I think, okay? I think of League in the same terms that I think of Warhammer, right? Because in my brain, they are both activities that I could probably figure out. Like, I have played tabletop RPGs, so I could probably figure out Warhammer, and I feel like I would enjoy, I mean, look at all this stuff that I'm doing here with painting. I feel like I would probably enjoy painting an army of Warhammer minis, but at the same time, there's so much else, and this community is so big, it's like, no thanks. SCA kind of falls in that realm for me too, now that I think about it. Like, to me, Warhammer, and this is just my opinion, Warhammer is like the extreme end of tabletop RPGs. League seems to be the extreme end of, like, MMOs and skirmish games? I don't know what I would call it, but you know what I mean? Like, that just seems to be kind of the extreme end of that. And SCA is like the extreme end of LARPing. Like, those are activities that I look at and I go, I could probably get into it. Like, I feel like I could find something to enjoy. I enjoy elements that exist in other LARPs and RPGs and fighting games and team games, but I don't know that I want to commit myself to, I don't think that I want to commit myself to everything that goes along with that. So, yeah, MOBA. I don't know what a MOBA is either. This is the lingo that I would not know, and I'd walk into this game and be like, how do you do, fellow kids? And they'd be like, you're an idiot. So I guess for now, I will just focus on KDA, and I'll just listen to their EP over and over and over, and that will do. That will be the only League exposure that I need. It'll keep me happy and healthy. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to put it in the water. Online Battle Arena. Thank you. I couldn't... Battle Arena was the term I was trying to think of, but I could not come up with it. Oh, you want to hear some bull crap? Oh, this is obnoxious. Right now I am taking a bigger brush. This is the largest size brush we have. It looks like it's a 1/2 inch size brush. I'm using this to kind of soak up some of the paint, because right now there's a lot of wet paint on the base, and that's just going to take forever to dry. So if I soak up a lot of the excess, then I can put down more layers a little bit more quickly. At least that's what I think. Again, I'm not an expert here. So I'm just going to go through and try to soak up some of this crap, because I've got other things I'd like to do with this base tonight. I don't want to spend the whole time waiting for it to dry. Anyway, some bull crap. Adam, for whatever reason, decided he was gonna play Super Smash Brothers, and he was gonna play as Ganondorf the whole time. And he beat me like 5 times as Ganondorf. I don't know what happened. I must have really been tired. I must have really been off my game. He should not have beat me as Ganondorf. He should not have beat me as Cloud with Ganondorf. That's absurd. That is absurd. And that's not me trying to brag on myself. Although I do think I am kind of okay. That's not me trying to brag on myself. That's me saying Ganondorf sucks. Ganondorf should not be able to move as quickly as he was moving, and he should not be able to command that much of the field and do that much damage. Not against someone like Cloud, who not only hits hard, but also moves fast. That's obscene. That's absurd. No, he beat me as Peach. Or no, I beat him as Peach. That was the only match that I won, when I was playing Peach and he was Ganondorf. And the only reason that that happened was because I used her ultimate at just the right time that he fell off the edge of the stage. Because he was asleep. That's the only reason that I won. He was kicking my butt. I don't know. I don't think I want to play with him anymore. He was kind of a bully. Kind of a jerk. You know what? I didn't think that this big brush was going to work. It actually did a pretty good job. It actually cleaned up a lot of the puddles. And it's kind of smoothing things out and making them a little bit more even. So, hey, dumb tricks. Dumb tricks end up working out. I don't know if you can really tell that a big difference has been made. I see a difference. It's definitely got more of a green tint to it, as kind of a sickly green. Oh, sorry. Kind of a sickly green tint to it, but that's kind of what I want. Not sickly, but the green is what I want. So, I'm going to just add more layers, and then we'll just have to continue to put more on top of it, like some tans or some browns or something. So. To be fair, he was beaten by a mute with OCD on a kilt. All he had to do was open a pottery barn and install fans on the floor. And he was set. Well, Link wears tights. So, he would have been fine. I don't know why I was just thinking of a defense for Ganondorf. I don't know. Surf, you are 100% correct. They are definitely thigh highs. Link is absolutely rocking some thigh highs. 100%. 100%. Headcanon accepted. Okay, so yeah, my new technique is I'm gonna go through and add a layer of the necrotic flesh paint. I am being very sloppy because I will go back over and cover all this later with other things. Yeah, so I'm just gonna put a layer down and then go through with my big brush. And help even it out a little bit with my big brush. Oh man. I also think that once I put some plants on here, I think the green of the plants are going to help the green stand out more. At least that's what I'm hoping. But I definitely think that this is a better overall option over like the rusty color. I'm wondering if I shouldn't include the rusty color as maybe the boulders? That could be kind of cool, doing that rusty red color as the boulders. Or maybe not even the big boulders. Maybe I just need to put like a couple. Oh! I just had a great idea. Here's what I think I want to do. I think I want to put the rusty red color. I think I want to put it on, like, there's a rock here, there's one here, there's this one here. I think I want to do those in the rusty red. And then I think I want to paint a little bit of the rusty red streaking up the big rocks, but then I think I want them to end in gray. So it would be like a cool, almost ombre effect, but a little more streaky looking. Oh, I think that's the ticket. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Then I get the cool rusty red in there, but then I also have the gray that kind of offsets the big bird. Oh, yes, I like this plan. This is a good plan. This is a good plan that the team came up with. Thanks, team. This is great. Kind of a shame that I'm wasting a lot of this paint, because this is a lot of paint that would work really well for dry brushing, but right now it's not dry. This is all wet brushing. Dry brush the table. So how are you all doing? What's going on in your month? What's the hot goss? What's the 411? If I remembered more of the dialogue from that Mean Girl scene, I would just keep going. Prepping for LARP when LARP inevitably comes back. Surf, I'm so ready. You have no idea. I'm so ready. Exothermic's been dealing with midterms. I'm so sorry. That is one thing I'm glad I did not have to deal with this year, was giving midterms. Those are the worst. It is not fun to give those kinds of tests. Oi. Are you free now, though, EXO? Are you free now and you've got some time to yourself and you don't have to worry about it anymore? Keep pushing this thing closer to my lamp. Had one midterm today, lab report still due, and then a month left. Oh gosh. Hopefully it flies by quickly. It's hard because the closer you get to the end of school, the more it feels like it just drags on. We're technically done with school next week, and I'm feeling that drag. I'm like, oh my gosh, set me free. Well, good luck to you. I hope that all goes well. I'm sure it's been really rough. I'm just speaking from the teacher's side, but I'm sure that this has been really hard trying to balance everything and manage. So, I think you should be proud though that you made it through. I think everybody who's a student, regardless of what... Whoa. Sorry, I'm just causing an earthquake here. I honestly think that anybody who is a student truly deserves to just get all the kudos. I cannot imagine trying to be a student during all of this craziness with the pandemic. I truly admire anybody who was dealing with school and life at the same time and trying to balance all of that. So I hope it goes well for you, and I hope it has a good conclusion so that you can enjoy your break, and then you can have a nice, relaxing break. You deserve a nice, relaxing break. We all deserve, like, a year-long vacation. Not in solitude. Not a year-long vacation in solitude. But, like, an actual true vacation where we get to do things and see people and hang out. Speaking of labs and science, we launched rockets today. Oh gosh. Yeah, I really can't even imagine. I believe that I'm a person who could handle online school, but the idea of doing... I did some online classes when I was in college, but the idea of having to do it for a full term and having to go through that for a full year of school. You deserve a very relaxing break. That is hard. We were in person the whole time. I think I've talked about this. My school was in person the entire time. So we had some students who had an online option. I taught all in-person classes. I preferred it. It was a lot better to get to see my students, but it was still very difficult. We had masks on all the time. I've been wiping down tables 4 times a day, every day, to try to prevent any spreading on surfaces. But like for instance, today we launched rockets with my science students. We were launching model rockets, which we wouldn't have gotten to do this time last year. And the engineering and design class at my school had a cardboard canoe like tournament. They had to build canoes out of cardboard and duct tape, and then they raced them in a YMCA pool, and they made a whole day of it where they were sending kids over to the Y, and they were testing out and racing these boats that they made, and they've been building these boats for like 2 weeks, and that's the kind of stuff that you can only get from being in person and being with other people. And even though this year was hard for us being in person, I'm glad that they got those experiences. And I think they were very happy that they had a chance to do it, and they had some kind of normalcy with that. So I hope that you get to have that normalcy again soon. Hopefully things will start to get a little closer to normal. I'm gonna keep in the practice of wearing masks when I'm sick, because I truly believe that there's something to be said for the masks helping prevent the spread of germs. And I mean, other countries do that. Other countries have the habit of wearing masks out in public, or wearing masks to work or school to avoid spreading a common cold to other people. And I normally get 2 colds a year. I normally end up with a cold in the fall, and I normally end up with a cold in the winter to springtime. I have been completely healthy this entire year. Now, this is anecdotal evidence, so this is not proof that, this is not a scientific proof that things are, the way that I perceive them. But I truly believe from my experience, that I stayed healthy because I was wearing a mask and everybody around me had to wear masks the whole time. I mean, we also didn't have people come to school when they were sick. That also helped. But I really believe that I stayed well all year because of the fact that the masks were present and were limiting the amount of spread. And I'm fine with if I can be back to normal, if we can be back to normal school, normal work, normal hanging out, if we can be back to that and we just need to wear masks when we're not feeling the greatest, I'll take it. I'll take it. The flu rate was down this year too. Yeah, I again, it's anecdotal. I can't speak for anybody else but myself, but as someone who has habitually gotten sick, I truly believe that the use of masks in my workplace and my school, I truly believe that made a big difference, and it did decrease the spread. So I will keep up with the habit. I mean, I went ahead and bought a bunch of custom masks. I'm not going to throw those things away. Like, I spent good money on a lot of special masks. I don't want to get rid of those. A lot of them were made by a good friend of mine. And she worked really hard on them. And they're some of the most comfortable masks I've ever worn. I give myself a laugh when I think about, the next generation after Gen Z, and I think about how they will, walk around their parents' and their grandparents' houses, and they'll see these masks everywhere that we will still have stored, and I just imagine these little what would they be? Alpha? Is that what they would be? Gen Alpha? I don't know. But I just imagine these little kids walking around being like, what were the masks for? What is this thing? We gotta start getting our story down about. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's all... I take that back. It's all a little too real. Maybe we don't need to fictionalize our experiences with the Rona. I don't know if you all remember. I remember seeing some posts back when the 2012 prediction was the thing, where everybody was like, oh, the world's gonna end in 2012. I distinctly remember that there was a post where everybody was saying, you know, oh, we gotta come up with our stories now so that we can tell kids about what happened in 2012. Simpler times, that. I never did learn how to sew my own mask, so props to you for teaching yourself how to do that. I probably should have learned, but I have more talented friends that I trusted to make those for me. So, good for you. You probably had the best masks. I hiked downhill both ways with a hazmat suit. So, I took the easier way. Alright. I have now put several layers of this necrotic green down. It's going to take a little bit more. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a little break. Not from streaming. I'm going to still be here. I'm going to take a break from the necrotic green. And I am instead going to get started on that rusty red. Because I really like the idea of putting that rusty red. There we go. Dry rust, that's what it's called. I really like the idea of putting some of this dry rust on my rocks. So I'm going to take a little break from the necrotic green so I can add this to my landscape. Oh, that's going to be... Look at this. That's going to be a very interesting color combination. I'm going to have to put some other stuff in there. I'm going to mix that with a little bit of brown. That's a little too orange for me. That's a little too bright. I'm going to add some brown. Oh, now wait a minute. Oh. It does look like buffalo sauce. 100% looks like buffalo sauce. So I just pulled this out. This is fur brown. This has a little bit more of that reddish orange rusty tint to it, but it's also darker. It's not bright ass orange. Oh no. Oh man. Ah, the pigments aren't mixed up. Shoot. I think this might be a better solution than the dry rust. I just think that dry rust is going to be... There we go. Oh, gross. Ignoring the quality of the paint. That. I think this is the good... I think this is the red tint that we want without being too buffalo saucy. Yeah, it looks a little bit more brown on the camera. It definitely is not as bright as the buffalo sauce, but compared to other browns, it is definitely more, you can't tell at all. Oh, maybe a little bit. Yeah, there you go. It's definitely got a little bit more of a reddish tint to it. So I think this could be a good natural way to get that red color, but without having it be buffalo sauce. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, so we're going to go through with a little bit of this. You know what? I don't want this brush. I want a different brush. This is not a good brush for this purpose. Okay. I want... this one. It's got a wider tip, but it's got a rounded tip instead of the blunt square tip. I think this will give me a little bit more control with the rock areas. And hopefully I can blend a lot of these together. Here's the thing that I think is kind of funny. I don't wear intense makeup. I don't consider myself a makeup person. I wear the basics. I don't get into eyeshadow and highlight. I don't do a lot with makeup. And when I hear people talk about blending makeup, it intimidates the crap out of me. Because I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. But then I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm going to blend these colors together in this paint. I say it like I know what I'm talking about. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Eliza Schlesinger's work, the comedian. That was definitely an Eliza voice that I just did. She is me. She is me, like 10 years into the future. Okay. I'm starting off with the really big rocks that I know for sure I want to have this color. Oh yeah. Something else needs to be done with the necrotic green. I'm not done with that yet. Something else needs to be done there. But this is the way to go. This is that kind of rust Mars look that we all love so much without being buffalo sauce. Now I kind of just want to do all the rocks, all this color. Now, I'm going to stick with the streaky idea. I like the streaky idea on the two big ones. I've got a little paint bleed right now. That's no good. There we go. That'll work for now. Okay. And I know I want to do... Well, maybe that one should be a little streaky as well. I feel like the red tones of this fur brown, I feel like it's being brought out a lot more when it's next to the green. I just feel like it's popping. Okay. So, I'm gonna take a break with the rocks. I'm gonna go back and put in my necrotic flesh again. I think I need a little bit more. Now we'll wait. we'll use up what is already in the palette before we get new stuff. Truly, I can probably stop painting this rim, because this is going to get covered up with dirt and terrain anyway. So I probably don't need to waste my time on this anymore. I should probably focus on the part that, you know, actually needs to be painted. It's like the optical illusion where the two grays are the same color when one looks darker next to something else. A little bit. And again, it's not like this necrotic green or necrotic flesh looks gray against the rest of it. It's not gray. It's definitely got a tint to it. I think I'm gonna have to dry brush some of this fur brown over the top because I really like how the fur brown is looking. And I think it could look really good. I just need it to... I just want this green color to be underneath. I want that green to be present as well. I just had a thought. I really hope my mother-in-law is not watching this right now, because she does know many things about color, and she is probably cringing with how poorly I'm pairing these colors together. Like, her degree is in, like, textile, like the chemistry of textiles and getting colors right in dyes and fabric, and she's got a real good eye for color. She probably would hate this combination. Ooh. Hope she's not watching. Hope I'm not embarrassing her if she is. Alright, so I have made a decision. I am going to go ahead and start adding some of this fur brown onto the big rocks because I can go through with a lighter shade of gray and I can paint gray over the top, and that will help mute the fur brown a little bit. In my mind originally I was thinking, oh, I could paint gray, I was thinking I would paint gray first and then streak the fur brown over top of the gray. But in reality, what would probably work better would be having the more intense fur brown as the base layer, and then the gray would layer over the top of that to help mute and blend. Listen to me saying these words like I know what I'm talking about. Right now I'm just focusing on covering up any spots that have the necrotic flesh green on the big rocks, just so I can make sure that those spots are covered up. I still like the idea. I just feel like it's going to take a little bit more. It's very rough, is what I'm trying to say. It's going to take a little bit more to make it really special. Something this big is going to take a lot of paint. So, just need to go in and keep at it. And I am trying to stay pretty patchy with this fur brown, because again, I want this to be kind of more of an accent on the big rocks. I don't want it to be their primary color. That for now. Just based on the first coat, I know that it's going to take a lot more to get the effect that I've envisioned, but I like the idea of mixing this reddish fur brown with some gray. I think that'll be really, really nice. It's just going to take a little bit more texture, a little bit more attention to it. Oh man, I know I'm old now because all my bones are popping all over the place. Sorry about the clinking in the mic. Oh, it's like all lemon juice now. Ugh. Zooey Mama's here! How are ya? Good to have you back. Sorry for ghosting you for a month, but I appreciate you coming back. We're all just kind of hanging right now as I'm trying to figure out this, whatever this color scheme is that I've developed. Still gotta paint these elephant bones. So this right here, this is a base. These kind of look like gigantic turds right now. These don't look so great right now. They're gonna be great. They're gonna be excellent. This is eventually going to be a base on which this monstrosity is going to sit. This big old bird. Caw-caw! Big old bird. So, I've been calling it a Maxiature because it's a really, really big miniature for our D&D game. Oh! I forgot that I said that I was going to help explain the context there. So, now's as good a time as any. So, we are playing a Pathfinder adventure path called Iron Fang Invasion. We started out with Pathfinder because when our group first got together, we played a Pathfinder adventure path called Iron Gods. And so our group was playing the Pathfinder system, and Adam had found this Iron Fang story, and he really liked it. And it's this very cool survivalist war narrative that involves an army of hobgoblins taking over everything. Ah, Ben's back! Hi, Ben! Good to see you! It's okay if you're late. I'm a month late, so it's fine. I'm a month late with my stuff. It's fine. Thanks for coming back. Anyway, so Adam got frustrated with leading the Pathfinder system because Pathfinder's complicated. It is way more intense than 5th edition of D&D. And he just was not having a great time, and we were having a lot of arguments amongst ourselves about rules and about specifics about different abilities and roles and yada yada yada. So Adam has converted this Pathfinder adventure into 5th edition. So we are playing D&D, but it is based off of a Pathfinder narrative. And my character was built using a Pathfinder hybrid class called a Hunter. And in Pathfinder, these hybrid classes combine some of the abilities of the base classes. So a Hunter is a combination of a ranger and a druid. So I had some ranger abilities, like I got an animal companion, like a ranger would, but my character also could cast magic like a druid at the same time. And the hybrid classes are really cool because they let you get pretty much the best of both worlds with 2 different classes. Anyway, so my character's backstory is that she was born into an army of freedom fighters called the Chernasardo Rangers, and her parents met through the Rangers, and they got pregnant by accident, and then she was born into this group, and so she has been raised her whole life to become a Chernasardo Ranger. And actually recently not recently, a couple months ago, several sessions ago, she officially became part of the Rangers because she had to go through the initiation process. And then she was also named the Warden, which is a title of great esteem and respect amongst the Rangers. So basically she grew up in this culture and then was officially accepted into the group, and has been traveling around representing the Chernasardo Rangers this entire time. Now, where the bird comes in is not related to Iron Fang. This again is a homebrew bird that Adam and I came up with, but the story behind my character's mother is that she was hunting this bird, and during her travels of hunting this big bird, she ended up staying with the rangers for a little while. She met my character's father, they did the thing, and then mom got pregnant and then had to stop hunting for the big bird, but constantly was obsessed with it and, told stories about it. And so now my warden ranger character has now grown up trying to find this eagle, and she wants to show up her mother. She wants to bring the eagle down and be like, haha, mom, see, I beat ya. And it's just kind of this competition for her that she wants to find this prize, this trophy that she wants to be able to claim as a hunter and claim for her own. And, kind of rub it in her mom's face a little bit. So that's what the big bird is. The big bird is just this MacGuffin, I guess, technically, for my character. And at some point it's going to show up, and we're going to probably fight it or something, or I'll get a chance to try to bring it down. But as far as I know right now, I have only caught a glimpse of it. I have not actually been in its presence. She did get her hands on a couple feathers, or a feather from this big old eagle. McGriffin. Yeah, that's it. McGriffin. The big McGriffin. She did get her hands on a couple of the feathers, and those feathers allowed her to make special arrows. She no longer has those arrows because she used them to kill a dragon, which is fine. Killing a dragon's cool. But ultimately, the bird is the prize. So at some point, hopefully the bird is going to show up, and then I will have my moment to try to bring it down and claim my trophy. But first it needs to look pretty. The base needs to look pretty. So. Oh man, I keep putting my fingers all over this wet paint. Ugh. It'll be fine. That's just gonna make more work for me later. So welcome back, everybody. How are things? Anything new in this last month of absence? Oh no, I'm making a mess. This big bulky brush might not work for too much longer. Might have to diversify my brush. So I'm realizing a slight problem here. With the amount of paint that is being put on this base, it's not drying very quickly, which means that a lot of it is smearing and mixing together, which is not a terrible thing, but it means that it's not gonna be as crisp as we would like it to be. So I'm gonna have to be able to give this thing time to dry. That's part of the problem. It's just not having time to dry. So it's starting to run. Oh man. Yeah, like I put down some paint and it's still so wet that it's just wiping right off. Oh boy. And it's my fault. I'm just too impatient. I'm just putting too much down at once, but alright. Well, we need to give this stuff time to dry. Okay. I'm adaptable. I have to do this all the time. I have to change plans in the middle of stuff all the time. Alright. So, still a little bit shiny, but it is definitely more dry than it was before. So, I think we're good to go back in and get a few more layers on here. So I'm gonna do a little bit more of the necrotic flesh, and then I'm gonna go back through with that reddish fur brown color, and I'm gonna take care of some more of these rocks. It's all just a layering process. That's all it is. It's just layers on layers on layers. As I have said many times, I'm not an expert. I don't even consider myself to be very good at painting, but I have gleaned that the more layers you put on, the better off the color will look, and you can add... Sorry, I think a cat just tried to break into my room. Hello? It's not a cat, it's a...
She ran in there. I want my board.
My board.
My board.
I want my board.
My board.
My board.
That's good.
Slowly, we had to, we had to take a break because I was layering too much paint on at once, and it was... Oh, there's a cat in here. Oh dear. She touched my foot. Surprise. Oh no. Ooh. Oh, your paws are cold. Why are your paws so cold? Hold on. Can you grab her?
Yeah.
I feel like... The chat says Adam is a cat boy, confirmed. Come here. Come here, sweet girl.
She's going to freak.
This is Opal.
She might scratch.
She might scratch. Hello. Mwah. Do you want to go outside now?
Yeah, she wants food. What time is it?
9:30, so not even close. I'm pretty sure she either ran up to the door and just bad at it, or she literally like body slammed the door and then left. So, as always. Adam, they really want me to play League with them and play KDA.
Yeah, well, my very experienced League friends have said no.
Well, and the other problem is, from what I have gathered, if I tried to play my favorite member Evelyn is apparently really hard. So...
Apparently it's also super toxic.
yeah. So...
Maybe don't destroy your mental health.
Nah, man. Well, and like they already started asking me about Twilight Princess again, and I'm like, nah, dude, my mental health has been a mess the last month. I don't need to put that kind of negativity in my life. Do I though?
I mean, that kind of style of play. Where it looks on for you and you can focus on.
Maybe I just need to play Witcher again. That's what it sounds like to me. Alright, confirmed. I'm gonna start Witcher again. And try to actually complete Hearts of Stone or something.
Yeah, Hearts of Stone is great.
Because I haven't done Hearts of Stone yet. So. Hi, Telbo. Yes, Lag of League. League of Laggins. League of Legumes. Sorry, guys. My friends say I can't play League of Legends with you. So. Mom said I can't. Sorry. EXO, I chose Triss Marigold. I did not want to deal with Yennefer. I didn't have time for that. Adam! He's busy. I gotta ask him a question. I'm not ignoring the comment, Telbo. I gotta ask him a question, because... I gotta ask for permission. No, I'm just kidding. I need to ask a question to make sure that I'm remembering and understanding things correctly. He's still not coming. We'll get a hold of him. The more I'm looking at this color scheme, the more kind of awful it looks. I really feel like if I can get more colors in here than just the brown and the green, I really feel like it could look good. But right now it's just kind of looking, gross. Now granted, that's because this is necrotic flesh. This is not a pleasant color to begin with, but... Dota. D-O-T-A.
I have heard of it.
Is that the one that you hate?
I don't like MOBAs in general.
But what's the one that you hate? There's one that you absolutely cannot stand. Is it Smite?
I didn't like Smite so much.
It was Smite. He didn't like Smite. Okay. Is it chocolate?
It's caramel.
I can work with that. Thank you. What kind of... Ooh! Are these like little Luftwaffles?
Luftwaffles? Flying waffles? Hitler's Air Force.
I meant Stroopwaffles. That's what I meant. Where did I get Luft from?
There's the Luftwaffe.
I've never heard of that.
Clearly you have. That's buried in your subconscious somewhere.
It's not.
That was the German Air Force.
No, it must have been
World War
Luft.
II.
It must have been Luft balloons. I don't know.
Yeah, where do you think Luft comes from? Lift, air. Bam ba da bam bam ba da bam 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 ba da bam bam ba da da. Die English dogs.
Was that one a Luftwaffle?
That was absolutely a Luftwaffe. I can make one. Actually, I can make one a real Luftwaffe.
No, please don't. No. These are good. Where'd you get these?
Micro Center.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Yeah, they're in the checkout aisle.
They sell computer parts. Why do they have these?
These snacks.
Correct.
Yeah.
But why would they be selling tiny little Stroopwafels?
I don't know. They're a bit more on brand. They have like 24 packs of G Fuel, which is like an energy drink.
I thought you were going to say 24 packs of gin. That's what I thought you were going for.
Bombay Sapphire now makes gin and tonic in a can.
That's dangerous.
Uh-oh.
How come you didn't get any?
Because I can't find it. They just made me aware.
Fair. Fair.
Alright, I got my squad waiting on me.
Are you going to close my door?
Close again.
Thank you. Luftwaffles, guys. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Alright. That was a roller coaster. That was a roller coaster. So, back on the subject of the games. Next week, I am planning to have an extra stream because our D&D game is on hiatus for a little bit because we have a few people going on vacation. So we are pausing for a little bit. So I have next Friday off, and I figured I would do an extra stream. Now, originally, I was planning to go ahead and do an extra stream of painting. Now I feel like y'all want me to do a stream with a video game. So now the question is, what game would I do? Remember, my friend said I can't play League with you guys, so that's not an option. Now, Valorant, I know, is another Riot Games game. So, that would also possibly fall within the realm of League. I don't know what Valorant is. The only reason I know that Valorant is a Riot Games game is because of, the Easter eggs. Damn it! I knew you guys were gonna do this to me! I knew you were gonna do this to me. At this point, I feel like it's only fair to all of you that I do Twilight Princess and I stream myself trying to beat it. Like, I feel like that's only fair. After all we've been through, after this journey we've been on, I feel like that would only be fair. Now, the question is, do I have the ability to hook up Zooey? I know like 3 of those. I know all of the words you just said individually. I don't know what this is. Smash Ultimate Zelda to Elite Smash. I know some of those words. I don't know this combination you've put them in. I am very confused. Please elaborate. Get her to Elite Smash ranking on online multiplayer. I mean, I can't. No, you weren't here for this conversation. My confidence in Smash Brothers has been shattered because Adam beat me while playing Ganondorf. He played Ganondorf and he beat me 5 times. And I was playing all my best characters. I was playing Zelda, I was playing Cloud, I was playing Roy. No, yeah, Roy. I was playing all my best characters. And the only reason that I beat his Ganondorf as Princess Peach was because I ulted at the right moment where he fell off the stage and then he died. So, Smash Brothers is not going so well for me right now. That was a very upsetting evening for me. I was very unhappy Choose ice climbers and push buttons. Hey, listen, I have had moderate success doing just that with ice climbers. Now, does that mean that ice climbers is a good character? No. I'm sorry. I moved my painting out of the way. So you were getting all of my talk, but none of my actual work. Work in progress. Play Rob and do the spinny thing. I did that! He was playing Adam played Lucina, and then I was playing Rob on random, and I did the spinny thing, and I used lasers. And I think I won? I don't remember. But no, now I'm kind of thinking that we should stream Smash together. Not Smash Brothers. You know what I mean. We should stream us playing Smash Brothers. Not the other thing. This is a family-friendly show. This stream is family-friendly. Alright. So... okay. Well, alright. So, just so... nothing. We're not going to talk about it. So, yeah, so I'm going to plan... I'm thinking I'm going to do an extra stream next week, and, the reason I'm kind of thinking I want to do something a little different, and I want to do a video game, is because, my semester ends next week. So then I'm free, and I kind of want to just celebrate and have some fun, and since I can't do that with my D&D group because they're ditching us, I figure why not do that with my Twitch friends, my Twitch people, and why not give them what they've been asking for, which is to see me utterly fail at video games. Why not? Exo, were you meaning Galaga? Like Galaga? Galaga? I'm sorry, I'm moving this out of the way. The watermelon guy, the hammer guy with the watermelons. Yeah, we should do that. Wouldn't that be a nice way to bring in the summer? Smashing watermelons? That would be good. I would enjoy that. So, I know I'm doing like a billion things right now. I think that I would feel a lot better about this situation. I feel like I would feel a lot better about this situation if I actually started painting the bones. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start painting those elephant bones instead of waiting till the last minute to do that. I think, now that I'm looking, I think the necrotic green is at a place that I'm happy with, where now I'm ready to go over the green with something else, and I need to go over the rocks with something else as well. So I think we're at a good point where I can start doing a few different things besides just a layer of brown and a layer of green and then another layer of brown. I think I can start putting in some more color options, but I really think that I should paint the bones. The elephant bones. And we have exactly the thing for it. We have skeleton bone, which now that I'm looking at this looks awfully close to necrotic flesh. Oops. There we go. They are not identical. They are not identical, but they are close enough. Oi. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and we will put down some skeleton bone. And then I think I'm gonna also use some, mummy robes as well to give a little bit more of a lighter sheen. to create the bone effect. So these two together will make up the skeleton bones. This is going to call for a different brush. Meanwhile, I've got all these stair pieces over here that are just like, why did you bring us out? Okay. All right. What brush do I want to use for these skeleton bones? What brush do I want to use? What is this one? Regiment. Yeah, that'd probably be okay. Oops. That's the regiment brush. The Wargamer regiment brush. I think that will suffice for right now. It's a finer tip than any of the other brushes I've used so far tonight. And I think it will be okay to get my skeleton bone. I forgot to clean out the buffalo sauce color. And I could really use that section. Oh boy. Alright. Well, if I need it, I'll go get a paper towel and clean that out. Nope. I wanted the skeleton bone first. No. No, I don't. I lied. We're gonna put the mummy robes down first, and then we're going to go over that with a little skeleton bone. So it will be lighter on the bottom. Yeah, the undercoat will be a little bit lighter. There's so much happening right now. There's so much going on. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, there are so many watermelons happening right now. I don't understand. I guess because I said smashing watermelons sounded like a good idea. Sorry, I'm having a lot of issues positioning my stuff for the camera. I'm really sorry. I am very out of practice with this. There we go. When I was originally painting the big bird, I had to have a Lazy Susan so that I could keep moving the... I could keep rotating it, circling around, because there were a lot of different angles. And I sort of think that having a Lazy Susan right now could be a beneficial thing, but I'm not gonna go dig it out. Just have to deal. I'm missing all this gift stuff because I'm focusing so intently. Oh no. You guys having fun? I hope so. I hope you're having a good time. My head was getting real close to the mic there. I'm sorry if you heard any weird breathing. So I just had a moment of confusion, I guess. So I'm looking at this model, and this is an elephant. This is meant to be an elephant skull because again, this figure is a rock, which is a bird that hunts elephants. And so this is showing the skull of the elephant that was at one point the meal for the giant bird. I got really confused for a minute because there's a hole here right at the top. You can sort of see it there. Right here, there's a hole. I was like, huh, why is there that hole there in that skull? Is this supposed to be an elephant, or is this some kind of strange alien creature? And then I remembered, the elephant's trunk has to have room to get through the skull. So, took me a hot sec, but I remembered. I'm making a little bit of a mess. I apologize if the angle is weird. There are some strange angles here that I have to get cover. Ooh, this is tricky. All right. There we go. Okay, that is starting to look a little bit better to me. I don't know if it's just because the gray is now covered up or what, but that is now starting to look a little bit better to me. So, this was a dilemma that I had when I got this set. So, the skull came separated from the base, and it had to be glued together. And then obviously with a figure that is this big, this came in multiple different pieces. The head was separate, the wings were separate from the body, and the feet had to be attached as well. And when I started painting it, I had the dilemma of, oh, maybe I should wait, and maybe I should paint everything first before I glue together. And I decided to go ahead and glue everything together so that everything could be primed at the same time. And I also didn't want to deal with differences of color. Like I didn't want one wing of the bird to have a slightly different color pattern than the other wing. I wanted them to look pretty similar. And if I had not glued them together, it would have been a lot more difficult to maintain the oh gosh, integrity. The integrity of the color scheme on all the different parts. Right now, I'm wishing that I had waited to glue this elephant skull into place, because it's getting a little bit tricky, and it's getting in the way of some of my other stuff. Like, for instance, I just made a white mark, a couple white marks in areas that I did not intend to. That's a problem for me. I'm sorry, I had to look at that a little bit closer. My mistake. I just had a few areas where the white paint that I used on the bone was bleeding into the necrotic green, or the necrotic flesh that I was using. And I had to look at it really closely. So, I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna try to do better about keeping everything in frame. It's just a little bit tough. It's a little bit tricky. So, I went ahead and I put down my first coat of the mummy robes. I'm already very happy with how the bones look, but I think I'd like to go over, well, I think I'd still like to go over them with the skeleton bone color, which is more of a sickly yellow off-white, if that makes sense. It's sort of white, but it's got a very distinct yellowish tinge, and I think that will help add a little bit more dimension to these bones rather than just have them flat white. So I'm gonna use that, and I'm gonna go over a few areas on the skull and the pelvis. I think that's a pelvis. This part here. I think this is meant to be a pelvis. It's very hard for you to see that. I'm so sorry. Pelvis. Elephant skull. Pelvis. I think it's a pelvis. I am not an anatomist. I am not a doctor. I don't know these things very well. It just occurred to me that this skeleton bone should be going in the deeper areas of the bones, and the more external parts should be lighter, because over time, the weathering on the bones, the sun on the bones would bleach the outer parts and make them appear lighter. Ha 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 ha. Science. So, instead of doing what I was trying to do, which was just to highlight, basically, I am instead going to go and try to poke some of this skeleton bone into the recesses. So the creases of the skull and the pelvis should be a little darker, I think. And I don't know that you're able to see that very well. It's going to need a little bit of work. It's going to need a little bit of TLC, but... what I might end up doing, I might do a dry brush of the skeleton bone over all of it. The dry brushing will allow some of the pigment to show up, but it will not be as concentrated as if I were applying the paint wet. like I'm doing right now. So I could get away with dry brushing. And I could end up... Oh my gosh, I'm very sorry. The angle that I need to see the skull, the rocks get in the way. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, I think a dry brush will do wonders here. I don't know if you can really tell, but the skeleton bone has added a little bit more dimension to the skull and the pelvis. A little bit. So I think I'm going to go over it with, like I said, I think I'm going to do a dry brush of the skeleton bone over the top of these, just to make it a little less bright white. And then I think I'm probably going to use a little bit of a tan or a brown, just to make it look a little bit dusty, a little bit dirty, a little bit more weathered. And then obviously a wash over everything will do wonders as well. Whew. I just hit a wall. I just had a wave of fatigue hit me. So I think I'm gonna have to call it for the base. I'm gonna have to come back to this because I just don't have... My energy is now gone. So I'm gonna have to come back to this at a time when I have a little bit more attention that I can pay and a little more stamina. Alright, third time's the charm or something. Goodness gracious, trying to get this going and I didn't even have water, I didn't have the blinds up to block out the sun. It's fine now. Hi, I'm Chelsea and I suck at video games, so I paint instead. And today we're going to be picking up with a project that I left off on 2 weeks ago, and we're hopefully going to get this stupid thing done, because I'm fairly certain that my DM is going to need this particular miniature to be available in the next couple of days or so. So, I'm going to do my damnedest to get this stupid thing finished so that I can move on with my life and I can get on with that book nook again instead. So, we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna jump right into this nonsense. My dear, beloved, darling DM husband left my setup a little bit of a mess after we did our stream swap last week. So, I had to get everything reorganized after he came in and painted his own miniature. But, luckily, he kept everything in pretty good order, so I should just be able to kind of pull my stuff out and jump right back in. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. And I'm starting late because he insisted that we watch a movie, which ended up being fine. Ended up being a fine use of time, but... Oh my goodness. My palette wasn't clean. The brushes weren't clean. Everything just going amok. But we got it sorted out now. So... Alright, quick refresher, and then we will get into some other better topics of conversation. So this is a base for a tabletop RPG miniature. I've been calling it a Maxiature because well, frankly, the bird is enormous. I don't have it with me right now because I left it in the other room, but I'll have to grab it later. But essentially, this is a base upon which an enormous bird figure is going to sit. The bird figure has already been painted ages ago, so the bird is done, but the base still needs to be completed. So as you can see, I've already done maybe half the work on this already, and our goal is to finish it, or get as close to finishing it as possible tonight, so that I can move on to other things, and so that it is ready to be used. So, not last week, but the week before, I went through and I put in I put down some basic green. It's kind of hard to tell that it's green, but it was this green called necrotic flesh green. Disgusting name, but that was the name of it. And I also started putting down a base coat of this fur brown color that has kind of a reddish tint to it, and I put that onto some of the rocks. And then I started going in with a couple different shades of something resembling close to white, in order to make the elephant bones that our lovely, gigantic, mythical bird has been feasting on. So I'm going to go over the bones again, probably with one more coat of each of these, the skeleton bone and the mummy's robes, just to help them pop, and then I'm going to have to go over them with a wash to help some of the details stand out. So that's what all happened in our last painting session, and then we're going to try to finish it up today, just go in with a couple of other colors, add in a little bit more detail, and then I'm hoping we can do a little bit of terrain today as well. My ultimate goal is to make this really dynamic. I would like to take some of my terraining material and put around this lip here to add a little bit more dirt and give it a little bit more texture and make it a little bit more dynamic. And then I'm going to throw in some foliage as well, some green plants, in order to make it look like, like an actual terrain. But that has to be done after the painting is finished, and I can't do that right now. So we might get to that today. We'll see how it goes. Right now, besides the bony bits, I have a few other things that I need to do that just weren't able to be completed last time due to just lack of energy and time. The rocks need to be finished, the really big rocks. I originally thought I was going to do this mixture of gray with the fur brown, and now that I've had 2 weeks really, now that I've had 2 weeks to stare at this thing, I kind of hate that color combination. So I'm going to be going over anything that's been left gray. I'm going to be going over it with a slightly browner brown. I picked out one that is known as Monster Brown, this one right here. So this is what I already have. I'm going to go over this with this Monster Brown, not to completely wipe out what I've already done on the rocks, but just to accentuate, to add a little bit of interest in there. So I'm going to go over that on any parts that are left that are gray, and then I'm going to add a little bit of that to these boulders down here, and then maybe a little bit to some of the smaller rocky shapes that are kind of hanging out, that have been molded in the actual ground itself. The other thing that I would like to do, and I'm going to do this part first because this can be covered up with additional brown. I'm going to go over some of this gross necrotic flesh green. I'm going to go over it with a light layer of a different, slightly greener color. And I picked out this one, green skin. Where'd I put it? Oh, wait a minute. I might be changing that. Hang on one sec. No, that's not it. Where did I put you? I put it away because I figured I was done with it, but now I can't find it. In my big old box of colors. Where the heck did it go? I'm losing. Oh, it's right here. It looked a little more yellow. So that's the necrotic flesh. Again, it looks gray. It's got a green tint to it. I just pulled out a bottle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. We're not using the green skin. Because I just pulled out a different bottle that I had completely overlooked. Called Army Green. Oh, yeah. Army Green is going to coordinate so much better with this necrotic flesh. Right there. So, we're going to go over what's already been painted. We're going to go over with this, with a light layer of this Army Green, and just to give it a little bit more dimension instead of it just being kind of this flat, ugly, necrotic color. So, we're going to do that as well. Hi, babe. Thank you. Yes, my hair is a different color now. I got it done today, and I like it. It's taking a little bit to get used to, but I like it. It's good. Okay. So that's kind of where we stand. So basically, tonight is just all about going through, and kind of touching up some things that have already been done, and then adding in some additional details and colors, just to give everything a little bit more dimension and, a little bit more interest, so. So actually, I guess the first thing I should probably do is I should probably move this a little closer. Whoops. There we go. Just so I got a little bit more room to work. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the Army Green first. Put that down, because if it gets onto the rocks or onto the bones and I need to cover that up, then it'll be easier to do that after I put the green down. So we're gonna do that first thing. Again, I've said this before, I will continuously say it, I'm not an expert at all in art, in color theory, any of it. I am simply going off of what I think looks good, and the techniques that I use are just techniques that have worked for me in the past, that I've gleaned from some people who are more professional, and some of it is just my own, trial and error, stumbling into things. So. But I do like to think I have a pretty okay eye for color, and this is definitely a better match for the type of green that I'm going for, over something that's a little bit more vibrant, that's got maybe a little bit more like blue in it, than like maybe yellow. Again, I say this stuff like I know what I'm talking about. I don't at all. So maybe I should stop. But that's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna start there, and hopefully these brushes are clean now and don't, settle down there. And hopefully there's not a lot of copper paint left in the bristles that won't ruin my plans. So. Babe, if you're still watching, are you streaming or are you just hanging out? He's not going to answer me. I'm used to being ignored. So I'm adding in a little bit of water. I do this to help thin the paint, give it a slightly more ink-like consistency. That just allows me to spread, to control the layers a little bit better. So that way I'm not glopping a whole bunch of paint that then I have to try to cover up later. Some people don't do it that way. I do it that way. And I've done it for all of my minis. Oh, I already love this. The terrain is supposed to be somewhat, it's supposed to be kind of a forest terrain. Obviously there's rocks, but, it's supposed to be verdant. It's not supposed to be, like, dried out and dusty and gross. So, I wanted to stick with green to keep everything looking vibrant and fresh and verdant. But I also didn't want it to be, like, jungle bright, because we're not in the jungle. This campaign is not taking place in a jungle. This campaign is taking place in, like, a deciduous forest. So I will get the big bird, and I will show the big bird off when I'm done here. So I'm just doing I might do 2 layers. We'll see. I might do more than 1 layer. I don't want to completely cover up the necrotic green. I just want to, like I said, just give a little bit more dimension and help it not look quite as sickly, because the necrotic flesh green, it's just not a nice color. It's gross. Notice how he didn't answer me, even though I asked him. Doesn't surprise me at all. Does not surprise me at all. So, my dear darling husband has been watching the Alien movies, and I commented, oh, you know, I've always thought I should watch those, but I'm scared to, because I'm a big coward. And, well, he decided to go ahead, and we watched it a little bit ago, before dinner, and it was good. It was not as scary as I had expected it to be. I truly think that our generation, millennials, Gen Z, all that, I truly feel like we're desensitized to the point where the things that scared older generations in film, like, don't faze us anymore. I mean, the suspense was still great. The filmography was still great. The general, like, the writing was great. The acting was great. Just that Geiger suit was not quite as terrifying. Especially when, like, you could just see its little hands. Like, literally one of the scares was just, jazz hands. And I was like, it just looks silly. You don't look like a murderous little mutant. But I will say, I always appreciate practical effects over CGI. And Alien had practical effects in spades. I loved it. I loved it so much. If you've ever been to Disney World, or maybe if you've never been to Disney World, then you might, well, I'm going to speak as if you're not familiar with Disney World. And if that's not your situation, then I apologize. You know what? I think I'm going to leave it with 1 layer. Truly. Like, I like how that looks. It's got more green. We're not going to mess with it. We're going to leave it alone, and we're going to devote our attention to more important things, like the bones and the rocks. Anyway, So Alien had quite a presence in Disney World for a long time. There's quite a history of Alien, like Ridley Scott's Alien, being present in Disney World. And it's fascinating. I'm a Disney adult. This is the stuff that I like to learn about and I like to know about. So, couple of places. Number 1, Hollywood Studios. Disney World has 4 parks, right? There's Magic Kingdom, that's where the castle is. There's Epcot, that's where the ball is. There's Animal Kingdom, that's where the animals are. And then there's MGM. There's Hollywood Studios, formerly known as MGM. And that is where Star Wars is, in Florida. But before they had Star Wars, it was just kind of the catch-all world for Pixar and for, like, the ABC properties that Disney owned at the time, or Disney cared about. Like, there used to be an American Idol attraction in there. God only knows why, but they had it. And that has since been replaced by a Frozen attraction. Why that belongs in MGM, or in... calling it MGM. It's not MGM anymore. It hasn't been MGM for like 20 years. But in any case, I don't know why they have Frozen there now and why they didn't replace it with something else. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so Hollywood Studios, current home of Tower of Terror, of Star Wars, of Toy Story Land. They used to have a ride, a very beloved classic ride known as the Great Movie Ride. And it was built behind a replica facade of the Chinese theater, the very famous one that all these premieres happen at, where the stars of Hollywood go and they stick their hands in the cement. That one. Disney replicated the facade of that theater, and it was the entrance to the Great Movie Ride. Well, the Great Movie Ride, gosh, I don't remember when it was built, but it existed. This brush is going to be too big. Anyway, it existed to commemorate the classic movies. The movies that, stuck with people for one reason or another and were classics, such as The Wizard of Oz, Mary Poppins, Singing in the Rain, Indiana Jones, what else did they have in there? Fantasia, obviously, because it's Disney. What else did they have in there? Well, an Alien was in there. Part of the attraction was Alien. For a long time, that ride was my only real familiarity with Alien, because I was scared to watch the movie, because I'd heard that it was this classic horror, sci-fi, thriller, whatever. I heard it was scary. So, in the Great Movie Ride, they replicated short scenes of, like, iconic moments from the movie. So, in the Alien portion, they obviously had the xenomorph, and it popped out at you in a couple of places. It, like, popped out of the wall, and it popped down from the ceiling. And you got to see Ridley. There was an animatronic of Ripley, wrong person, Ripley, Sigourney Weaver, hiding in the shadows, and there were lights flashing, and it was built to look like the inside of the Nostromo, and blah, blah, blah. So, I was familiar with that. I was familiar with the look of the movie, at least. The other thing that they did in the Great Movie Ride, besides have a little section about the movie, was they showed classic trailers from the movies. So while you were waiting in the queue, they had this gigantic screen. They also had some memorabilia. Like, they had replica, not the real ones, they had replica ruby slippers from Wizard of Oz in line that you got to see as you walked into the Chinese theater facade. And they had this gigantic screen where they showed trailers for all these movies that were being commemorated in the ride. So they showed the trailer of Alien. So all I remember from that trailer was the cat. Jonesy, I've learned his name is. I love that cat. All I remember seeing is that cat just going bonkers. Like, just losing its mind. Freaking out. As this very suspenseful music plays. So, of course, the first thing I asked Adam, who's already seen the movie, I said, I need to know, does the cat make it? What happens to the cat? He says the cat's fine. And I'm like, okay, I can enjoy this movie now. If the cat makes it out alive, I can enjoy this movie. It got a little hairy there a couple times for old Jonesy, but it was good. Yeah, so the follow-up of that story is that the Chinese theater of Hollywood Studios still exists, Sauce Farmer, but they replaced it. Which, honestly, if they weren't going to update the movies in the ride, which they weren't going to do, then they needed to do a complete overhaul. As much as I'm going to miss the Great Movie Ride, I don't fault them for trying to find something new. Because they were never going to change the movies that were in there. They were never going to go in and update these animatronics and invest all the money. If they were going to invest the money to change anything about that ride, with the amount of investment it was going to take to upgrade the technology and the animatronics and the audio animatronics and the ride system and like everything inside, they were just going to have to build a whole new ride. So that's what they did. So now, instead of having the Great Movie Ride, they now have Mickey's Runaway Railway. And that opened, I believe, in 2020. Or it at least opened at a point that was so close to when American lockdowns happened for COVID that there wasn't a lot of news that came out about it. And I believe that they did that in order to partner and make sure that there was a version of Mickey's Runaway Railway in both of the American theme parks, because they opened the same ride in Disneyland in Anaheim. I believe they opened it in Toontown, which Disney World does not have Toontown. So yes, so the Great Movie Ride is not there anymore. I'm a little bummed. That's one that I rode every time that I went, but I completely understand why they did it, because again, they weren't going to invest the money. They were not going to be interested in investing the money to revamp everything to change the movies that were being shown in there. It just wasn't going to happen. And frankly, it was a pretty old-fashioned ride. It was not, compared to, I mean, come on, compared to the stuff that they were producing for Galaxy's Edge, oh, it would have been an embarrassment, truthfully. It would have been an embarrassment putting that 70s and 80s stuff up against 21st century tech. Oh, it would have been bad. So Alien is no longer in Hollywood Studios. The other place that Alien had an influence was in Magic Kingdom. I love reading about theme park history. I love reading about these stories of rides and how they get conceptualized and then how they get changed later on and how they, like, you know, can get ruined or can get improved. Like, I love reading that kind of stuff. So Michael Eisner. Yes. Right? Yeah, Eisner was the CEO, I believe, of the Disney Corporation in the Renaissance period. Like, he came in, no, I don't think he was during the Renaissance. He came in at some point during the 90s, and he was the CEO of the Disney Corporation through at least the mid-2000s. And his big thing was, he wanted to make Disney's image a little bit more sexy. He wanted to get more adults to want to visit the theme parks because, believe it or not, there was a time where going to Disney was really only appealing to children and wasn't really appealing to grown-ups. And so he was trying to put in this infusion of more adult attractions to get grown-ups to want to visit, like grown-ups and teenagers, to get them to want to visit as much as the children wanted to visit to see the princesses and Mickey and all that stuff. So one of the ways he tried to do this was, he started putting in a lot more tie-ins to just random movies that Disney didn't even own. Disney had nothing to do with them yet. Star Tours came out of this. The Star Wars ride that existed there for ages before Galaxy's Edge was even conceptualized, ages before Disney even owned Lucasfilms. That was part of his idea, was to help get people interested in, visiting the parks and trying to sexify up the parks that were not specifically geared around the princesses so much. So that was like Hollywood Studios and Epcot and Animal Kingdom. So now, I said before, the influence of Alien was also found in Magic Kingdom. And I will tell you why, assuming my cats aren't killing each other. They're probably fine. Anyway, so one of his ideas was he wanted to bring in a ride based on Alien, because it was a huge phenomenon. The sequels were box office successes. They put in the Great Movie Ride with the Alien reference in MGM, Hollywood Studios, and Eisner just really wanted to include Alien. So there was talk about sticking something in Tomorrowland, because Tomorrowland was kind of having some retention issues with park goers. And so they were like, well, what if we put something in Tomorrowland that has to do with Alien and has to do with extraterrestrials? And that'll convince people to take us seriously, and that'll get adults to want to go to Magic Kingdom. Well, a bunch of people on the board were like, hell no, that movie's way too scary for our park. We're supposed to be doing a family-friendly park. We can't have something that's that terrifying. And no matter how much Eisner pushed and planned and begged, it didn't go through. So instead of going directly off of Alien, Ridley Scott's Alien, they instead wrote something else known as extraterrestrial encounter, which had to do with a different alien, a different company than Weyland, and it still had the horror element to it, and it incorporated 4D effects like smells and gases and steam being pumped into your face and things bumping against you, to make it sound like, and movement to make it seem like this alien was creeping around next to you inside of this enclosed space. It lasted for a while, traumatized a ton of people, and then eventually that also got rebooted and got turned into a Lilo and Stitch attraction, which nobody liked and was really stupid, and that finally closed down a couple years ago. But the original influence came from Alien. I just find it interesting that the happiest place on Earth had two different influences of Alien. So, we watched the first one tonight. We are probably going to watch Aliens at some point, because now I'm very interested and invested. I don't know how many of the sequels I actually want to watch, because I got a little bit of information from watching reviews on that guy with the glasses before that guy with the glasses was shit. And I got to hear about like Prometheus, and so I just don't know that I don't know that I'm necessarily going to want to watch all the sequels, but I do at least want to watch Aliens, if for no other reason than I want to see Sigourney Weaver piloting that big old mech, and I want to see her stab the alien with that big old mech in its big old neck. I will say it's pretty gruesome. Hi, Zooey. Well, I've got new hair. And we're talking about Alien and Disney. So, the usual chaos. The usual stuff. What was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was talking about. Aliens, yes. Everything else, probably not. I'll probably skip the other ones. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. So, it really bugs me from a movie-going perspective. It really bugs me that poor Ripley gets put into this position where she has to be the one. She just kind of becomes the xenomorph killer. The xenomorph killer. And it's like, this poor woman went through so much trauma, and you're just gonna keep dragging her back out to make her fight more xenomorphs? That's so horrible. Poor thing. Like, it just doesn't seem kind to her. Right now, I'm going over... So I just went over and gave another coat of mummy robes over the bones of the elephant. And now I'm going over with this skeleton bone, which has a little bit more of a yellow tint, just to add a little bit more dimension to some of the areas that maybe would not have gotten as much sun, would not be as bleached, just to make it a little less homogeneous. So that's what I'm doing right now. Ooh. And I think once I go over this with a wash and I add a little bit of a darker color, it'll help all of this stick out a little bit more. Alright, so, wow, you really cannot tell that that did anything. It looks really washed out. I promise you there's something else there. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we're gonna leave that. We'll come back to it with a little bit more brown a little bit later on. I might put a little monster brown on the bones just to scuff them up a little bit. But I'm not gonna mess with it too much. Okay, so I think the next thing I'm gonna do, I think I'm done with that. I think I'm done with these. I think the next thing I'm gonna do is start going over my rocks with this monster brown. And then I'm gonna be alternating back and forth between the monster brown and the fur brown to blend, to cover up a few places where some of that green covered over the fur brown. So I'm gonna start with the monster brown though, because I need to see if this idea is actually gonna work or if it's gonna look like garbage. So might as well just dive right in. I will say it's very funny how leaving a project for 2 weeks. Now I've obviously looked at it. I've glanced at it sparingly. But it's kind of interesting how leaving a project for 2 weeks and then coming back to it. Like, this actually does not look as terrible as it did when I left it. Like, I left from our last painting session. I left and I was like, oh, this is garbage. It looks really bad. And now I'm looking at it, and obviously I've added some more improvements, but now I'm looking at it like, this is pretty okay. It's gonna look much better once I add in the final details, but it looks okay. Looks pretty good. Alright, so what was I doing? Okay, we'll just slap some of this on. So right now my goal is to... Oh, this was a good idea. Oh, this was a much better idea than going through with that gray. It still kind of looks like garbage. It's gonna be fine. It's all gonna be fine. We're gonna slap some of this over the gray bits, and then I'm gonna go back through with the fur brown. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna blend. Somehow we're gonna blend. The big thing right now is I gotta cover up these gray spots. So, yeah. I did not work on this at all in the meantime, in between time, because 1, we've been busy, and 2, I wanted to save it for streaming, and 3, last week I fulfilled a viewer request to get my act together and actually finish Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. So, had a little break, did something special, and now I'm refreshed and in a good spot to come back and get this sucker finished up. And then I'm gonna have to find time to edit and put everything together into one concise video to put on YouTube. Now, the one part of this process that will be interesting, I'm happy with how it's looking so far. You are not getting a very good look at this right now, but I'm happy with how it's looking so far. One part of this process that's going to be interesting is the varnishing. So normally, I don't put terrain onto a miniature base until after the mini has been varnished, and that happens after the painting is done. However, I think I'm going to do some of the terraining when the painting is done before the varnishing process, and before this is actually finished, or before this is technically finished, because I want to have the whole process documented of me painting and then terraining this miniature. So I think the varnish is just going to go on over the top of the terrain. That's not a bad thing. It's just going to be a little bit different from my usual process. There are some spots in the crags, in the crevices, that are resisting the paint. I sort of wish I had painted all of this before I glued everything together, but it's way too... We're way past that at this point. So... okay. I'm adding a little bit onto these other rocks. Gonna go over with some more of that reddish fur brown in just a moment. But just trying to stake out a couple places that could use a slightly lighter brown. Like, there's just a couple of, like, rocky patches that have been molded into the plastic that don't stick out very much. Ah, I touched the wet paint! And I'd like to help those stand out a little bit more. Not a lot, but there's just a couple places that I want to just add some dimension there. There's a couple places by the bones that are just, they look like they could be rocky. They're sticking up like they could be kind of rocky. But it's kind of hard to tell if they are rocks or if it's just dirt. Another technique that I could probably have used here on some of these these areas here would be dry brushing. That would help give a highlight without, I don't know. It's turning out okay. It's turning out how I had envisioned it would, but dry brushing would be another option. Dry brushing involves like getting most of the paint off of your brush and then very gently and lightly kind of dusting it over the top, just so that the most prominent like the most prominent points and the most prominent parts that stick out get kind of coated with a slightly lighter color. Usually it's meant to highlight as if to show like natural light, or to show a contrast between light hitting an object's face versus shadow, that kind of a thing. And I could have done that. I kind of did that. Not exactly, but kind of. Alright, so I'm gonna go in with the fur brown now, just to touch up a few of the spots that I already did before, but also to help blend the fur brown with that monster brown that I just put in. And we picked this one out. The general consensus amongst my viewers last time we painted this thing was that a reddish color would look really, really good. Kind of a rusty color. And I was like, yes, I love that. But the rust color that I have, that's literally called dry rust, was a little bit more orange than I liked. But then we found this fur brown that has an orange tint to it, but also has a lot more of a natural brown to it as well. So we went with that instead. So I'm trying to keep the base of these boulders more of a red with that fur brown. So I'm going over those from the bottom up. And then I will go over from the top down. I will go back over with the fur brown. And I'm hoping if I just keep interspersing the two colors, I'm hoping that they'll blend. Not to create one color. I still want to have some distinct regions of color that are different, but I do want something that yeah. Hi, Surf. I feel like you're referencing something that I should know, but I'm not getting it right now. I'm focused on art. I smudged a little bit. Just trying to clean up some of the lines, some of the areas where that green bled over. So I'm just kind of roughing up the, I'm just trying to rough up the layers, because like I said, I don't want specific distinct layers. Like I don't want there to be a line where one brown ends and the other one begins. I want them to blend, but I also want there to be a distinction, that it's not all one color brown. I don't want them to merge entirely. I just want them to blend a little bit in the middle. I'd like to point out that, again, all of this is coming straight out of my rear end, because I am not a professionally trained artiste with lots of info about colors. I'm just some dummy who just likes to paint little miniatures, and this talent, or lack thereof, this does not extend to anything else relatively artistic. I went into Ulta Beauty today for the first time ever, because I needed some new shampoo to protect all of this loveliness that just got done, and I got really overwhelmed. That was very overstimulating, just seeing all the different products and makeup brands and tools and just stuff. There was so much stuff in there, and it freaked me out, because I'm sitting there and I'm like, I've heard of some of these words. I know what some of these things are. I don't know how to use most of this stuff. So, I am a disgrace to my sisters-in-law, who are very into makeup and beauty, and who know exactly what everything is and what it does. I will have to try to go in again with them at some point, but today I was on my own. It was not traumatizing. No, not that much, but it was an experience. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna switch back to the fur brown. Go from the top down. Just trying to get the gray covered and trying to, sorry, car started up outside. I lost my train of thought. Trying to get the gray covered and trying to, help blend with the fur brown. The gray that was on here originally was a primer that was meant to help, make the surface uniform for painting. It was not a first coat of paint that I then scrapped. It just, it's just primer. And originally I thought it was going to look okay if I used gray with this fur brown. But I changed my mind. I just realized that I said I was focusing from the top down, but I've been using upward strokes this entire time. Listen, all I'm trying to say is that the top of the rocks should be lighter than the bottom. They should be a lighter brown. That's the vision. I'm probably going to go over with the fur brown at least once more. Try it out. I just noticed that the batteries in my book nook are dying. I'm going to have to replace those. Gonna have to return to that big old gigantic book nook next. Oh boy, I'm not looking forward to that. But it's gotta happen. I have stairs to construct. That's the main thing I'm gonna do next, is construct stairs. The thing that started it all. Because, as I have mentioned a few times, I have no instructions for that. And I am getting to the point where I have to start putting things together. And I'm afraid of making a mistake and gluing something in a place that it's not supposed to go. So I'm nervous about getting to that and trying to figure out the lights and ugh. We'll come back to it. This base is going to be needed. The big bird that sits on this rock thing is going to be needed very soon in our campaign. And so I wanted to, get this project done because it will take considerably less time overall than that book nook will. We've got all summer. I've got lots and lots of time for the book nook. This is turning out quite nice. I'm actually... I think I'm going to slap on a little bit more of the fur brown to dull some of this mess that I made at the top. But I'm pretty pleased with it. I think I'm getting to a point where I can do... I can probably get the terrain, because I'm going to need to let this dry before I put a wash on it. And I can probably do the terrain first while the big parts are drying. And then I can probably do the... and then I could have... and then I can go through and I can do the wash while the terrain is drying. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Hi, Ben! Yeah, you missed the fun. Way to not show up. I arranged a special treat for you guys, and Ben wasn't even there. On the subject of, Zelda and Twilight Princess, I truly think that the first time, I just needed to take a break. Like, I really think that the problem was I got so frustrated and fed up because I had been playing for hours trying to get through the Palace of Twilight, trying to get through, like, there were so many things that happened. I had to get through all of Hyrule Castle. Like, I just spent so long, so many hours before I got to Ganondorf, and I was fed up. And I think that's why I lost my patience the first time. Or maybe it was because I didn't have such wonderful internet friends cheering me on like I did last week when I did the thing. So thank you to those of you who came and supported me. It might happen another time. Probably not. But we'll see. Never say never. Did, next time beat Twilight Princess with Guitar Hero. Oh man, I don't even know if we have any of those left around. At one point we did. That takes me back. Did, the League of Legends collab ever happen, y'all? Top tier bot lane. I understand some of those words. ADC and Ben is support. I know what support means. I don't know what ADC means. You guys are gonna have to teach me. Alter Surf, shut up. I know that's not right. I know I'm stupid, but I also know that that's not correct. Attack, damage, carry. Do the most damage for the team. Okay, so like a tank, kind of. Cool. Well, I'm glad you guys got to do that. Still don't think I'm gonna be doing that anytime soon. Support adaptive damage carry. Okay. Support just helps where they need to be. Well, support would be like magic users, right? For the most part, can do like area of effect damage and I'm assuming based on what little I know about things. Some supports are magic, not all. Okay. Well, and there's probably some ADC characters that do use magic that aren't just, smashing and hitting things. Well, I'm glad y'all got to do that. I've just been sitting over here listening to my my KDA and just having a good old time. Okay. We are at a point. Man, this looks terrible in this lighting. I am so sorry. It looks great in person. I'm at a point where I'm comfortable stopping with the paint. Because I know if I take it any farther, I know it's gonna wreck. It's gonna wreck it. Actually, I do need to clean up. I'm not completely painting anything. There's a few spots that I want to clean up with some of the green. And ADCs are usually ranged characters, most do regular damage if you do magic damage. Adam, I don't know what you're trying to start. I have nothing in this with you and Kicker. Please take this animosity away from my space. You are ruining our vibes. Or explain yourself. One of the two. Explain yourself or leave. Like I was trying to say, I am, it's just supporting other channels. Okay, so it's not gonna, like, mess with his stuff or anything? Because I don't want to mess with his stuff. I'm all about supporting him, but I don't want to ruin his streaks or anything. Again, people say things like I understand what... I have told you all before! I don't know how Twitch works! Feeling picked on. Man! Just gonna go back to my painting. Sorry, I'm just patching up a few places. With this green. Yeah. All disappointing conclusions. Oh. That's me. Disappointing conclusion. Don't think anyone leaves League feeling good about themselves. I said I was done with the painting, but I lied. So, in a second, we're gonna go to a quick break so I can go downstairs and get the terraining stuff. Because I'm going to... I'm gonna put some terrain on while the paint finishes drying, and then I'm going to put a wash over the paint while the terrain is drying, and then it should be done. Okay. Alright. So, there's our final product of paint before we put the finishing touches on. It really is not doing any justice. Let me see something here. I wonder if this would be better. Not that much better, but it's a little bit less washed out. So... I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with where I'm leaving that. So, I'm gonna take a quick break to go get new water, because delicious. Look at that. Isn't that great? So I'm going to get clean water, and I'm gonna go get my terraining stuff, and then we'll come back. We're gonna get this sucker finished. Oh no! Alright. We'll be back. We'll be back. Alright. That will be quite an addition to my compilation of failure that I'm eventually gonna put on my YouTube channel. youtube.com/LadyBravefalcon for all the memories. Oh gosh. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know what I did. I bumped the paint water and I tipped it all over, and it's fine. We have cleaned it up as best we can, and now everything's fine. So, bag was secured. So let's get this business going with the base. This. Oh, wait a minute. That'll work. That'll do fine. Okay. So. Oh, I forgot I had these. Oh yeah, I'm gonna use those. I have some other rocks and foliage in here that I'm definitely gonna be using. Those will sit off to the side. So the first thing that I'm gonna need is my mixture of play dirt, which comes in a container that looks like this. Says play dirt. I got it from a dollar store. It's great. I love it. I use it for everything. I need that, and I have mixed this in with some grit and gravel from, like, outside, just to give a little bit more dimension to, you know, some rocks and some extra texture. And then I have my Elmer's glue, which will suffice for this. And one moment. And now all my paintbrushes are falling everywhere because I'm just a disaster. I thought I had another waste brush that I could use. And this one will be okay. This one has clearly been used for putting glue onto things before. So. Well, maybe it won't work. This actually might be too far gone. Alright, we're not going to worry about that. I've got a different one. Here we are. Brush that I don't care about getting wrecked. Okay, so the plan of attack is I am going to make a mixture of some, maybe, Elmer's glue. There we go. And then I am going to carefully add in a little bit of water to water the glue down. There we go. Give that a mix. Witcher 3 is on sale for $8 right now. Oh, man. I have been thinking that I would like to play Witcher 3 again. Alright. So, I'm gonna have to do this in small parts due to the size of this base. Because... Guys, my experience with Witcher 3 was almost as bad as my experience with Twilight Princess. Almost. The only difference was that the hitbox wasn't as cruddy. Anyway, small parts, because this is a much larger sized base and it will not all fit into my cup of play dirt. So I'm gonna have to do little bits at a time in order to get everything covered. But that'll be okay. So gonna take some of the glue, and I'm only putting the dirt on this lip here. I am not putting the dirt on everything, because I don't want to cover up this nice green that I put down. But I do want to have a little bit of terrain, a little bit of dirt. So if you haven't heard about my play dirt, this stuff is fantastic. This stuff is like kinetic sand, which means that the little particles stick together really, really nicely. But it looks like dirt. It's got a really soft texture, and it looks exactly like soil. And I started using this stuff for terrain because it was cheap and it looked really good, and if you mix it in with a little bit of grit from outside, it just looks fantastic. So my thought here is to add some of this dirt around this lip like this, just to, you know, make it look a little bit nicer. So once I cover all of this with dirt, then I'm gonna have to go over the dirt again with my glue mixture in order to get it to settle, to seal it, if you will. Okay. Now this is going on quite easily. And then I'm going to throw some extra rocks in there. Might do some grass. Might add some grass onto the dirt. Well, apart from the KDA that I have been streaming incessantly for the last 3 weeks, gosh, what else have I been listening to lately? I tend to go for a lot of 80s music. I love 80s music a lot. 80s were the best. That's kind of my go-to for summertime. I really, really like 80s classic rock and classic pop music in the summer. There's nothing better than just taking a drive down the highway or along a country road with some Whitney Houston and Pat Benatar blasting in the car. Trying to think what else I've been really into lately. I don't know. The last couple days or so, I've really been listening to a lot of ambient music. We got something else going on here. Called this girl a beaver on Tinder. I wonder if I should keep insulting her or cut my losses. What kind of kindergarten logic is this? I say cut your losses. Beaver. Where on earth does that even come from? Never mind. I don't think I want to know. If I ask the question, then I'm going to get an answer, and I don't think I want to know the answer. What I was gonna say before... Oh. Listen, I am not the right person to ask about the ins and outs of Tinder. Never touched this stuff, so... I'm assuming that this girl hasn't responded yet. What I was going to say before Sauce Farmer's drama started was, this past week I've been listening to a lot of ambient music, kind of like this lo-fi stuff that I play on here, because I have been neck deep in grad school homework, so I've been listening to a lot of ambient music to try to keep myself sane during that process. Where did that... I always have a hard time when people ask me about my music tastes, because I don't have a specific genre I like. I kind of bounce around between different things. Like, for instance, the past couple weeks I've been fixated on KDA and not much else. Okay. Dirt. Dirt. And now I'm going to cover that dirt with more glue. I am going through a program that is going to give me my master's degree in the art of teaching, with a focus in biology. But but the course in general is teaching about methods for teaching using inquiry, which is a process of getting students to participate in investigations based off of questions that they generate themselves. Basically, a hands-on approach that is a little bit more involved than some traditional lab activities are. Like, this past week has really shaken up my worldview on how science classes run. And I've gone through this week going, oh dear Lord, everything that I've done in my career so far has been a mistake. That's not been a mistake. I'm just learning a lot of really great stuff that I wish I had known 6 years ago when I first started teaching. So I'm really excited about it. In a couple weeks, part of the program involves spending the week taking classes at the local zoo, which is going to be really, really nice. And we're going to have a couple of different opportunities to do zoo activities, which I'm really, really excited about. Oh dear Lord. There we go. Just making a mess. You know how I do. Yeah, R.I.P. Harambe. Has it been 5 years? Yeah, I guess it was. 2016. Is today the 5-year anniversary of Harambe? I wasn't even paying attention. Just want this. I just want this dirt to settle. Oh, I will tell you what else. Oh man. Speaking of anniversaries and things related to animals, the cicadas have been out in full force at our house. Oh, they are nasty, nasty little things. They are just all over. I can barely go outside without getting... Well, I shouldn't say getting swarmed by them. They're pretty docile right now. They're just everywhere. There are so freaking many of them. Meanwhile, my friends who live in other parts of the state are like, I've barely seen any. And I'm like, you can come and take whatever cicadas you want from my house. Feed them to your pets. Feed them to your family. Just don't keep them near me. It's actually been pretty fascinating watching the the process of these Brood X cicadas emerging. But they just scream all the time. Oh, such screams. All right. Glue has been applied onto the dirt. It's not the fanciest little terrain job. I think it looks okay. If nothing else, it adds something a little special to the edge, so it's not looking boring and bare. Made a mess of my table, though. So, I've got a couple options here for terrain. And I'm not sure I'm gonna do these right this second. I might do the wash of paint first. We've got moss that I'm thinking I'm gonna use. We have fake grass, which I have never been able to apply properly. We have several different, like, scrub grasses, tufts of grass. I am gonna use those for sure. And then we've got an assortment of rock bits that are falling all over that I think would match pretty well if I could find a good place to put them and distribute them. So I think I'm going to use these, and I want to use the moss and the tufts of grass, and we'll see what goes from there. But I have to do the wash first. So, I left my palette. Let me go get my palette. Very carefully, not to disturb the water. Don't freak it out. Not a good deal. Okay. So, Adam did not clean these brushes very well at all. I'm gonna use this really big one here. Use that for wash. I'll have to clean these up later. Okay, so the process of a wash is pretty simple. A wash is designed to fill in some of the more recessed areas, the crevices, the cracks, the fine details of the sculpting of the miniature. And it's designed to help bring out those darker details so that it stands out. If you've ever seen a Dungeons & Dragons miniature, and you see, like, the really fine, dark lines that outline, say, limbs or weapons or facial features. And you're like, how on earth does that person go in and use a teeny tiny brush to paint all those little lines? They don't. They use a wash, and the consistency of the wash is so ink-like that it is able to flow into all of those little crevices and fill in those areas in order to create that effect. So that's what we're gonna do right now. And no. Well, I might actually have to do two different washes because I think I need to use a dark tone on the big rock, but I think I need to use a slightly less intense tone on, like, the ground. So, we're gonna try them both out. We're gonna see how it goes. Famous last words. Okay. So, I put the wash liquid in there. And now I'm going to add in some water to give it an inky consistency. And this stuff is really thin. This is more thin than other paints are. It doesn't have any like latex or solid pigmentation in there. Its job is to pool and fill, but not stick as well as paint does. So, you just take the wash and you just go over everything. Trying not to get a bunch of bubbles, but sometimes bubbles are inevitable. And you can sort of see that the darker liquid is going into the nooks and crannies. To create kind of an element of shadow that would otherwise be an absolute pain in the ass to try to do with a teeny tiny paintbrush. Biggest issue with doing a wash is you don't want to let too much pool up in one area because then it just ends up looking dirty. So a wash brings out the darker areas of your miniature, and then dry brushing can bring up the, or can accentuate the highlighted areas. Or can highlight the areas that are more prominent and sticking out. I should probably do some dry brushing, but since these rocks are going to be sat underneath a bird, I kind of feel like we can get away with not having as much light shining on them. Okay. I think that looks about as good as it's gonna get. Oh, sorry. Oh, man. My neck has been stiff all day. All right. So, then I'm going to dig in my bag. Talk amongst yourselves. There it is. I would be the worst at ASMR because I'm just not good. Not pleasant noises. Okay, so I'm now gonna go over everything else underneath the tall boulders. I'm gonna go over with this strong tone wash liquid, and you're gonna see that this is a lot lighter than the dark tone, which will work better on the green. It's gonna make it look it's gonna make it look less dirty than I think than if I used the really dark wash. I said, oh look, it's so much lighter, and then it is not that much lighter. But it will apply lighter than the dark wash does. So, Zooey, I will fight you because stacks are the superior crisp potato treat. They are the best. They are better than Pringles. And nobody eats them, so there's plenty left for me. Stacks are a bad knockoff. Okay, well, if you like your flimsy little potato nothings, flimsy little wafers of potato nonsense, that's fine. More thick and crispy stacks for me. I want to make sure I really hit the bones with this wash, because that will help some of the details stand out on all that light off-white color. It's very reflective right now, but oh, that looks really good. If it weren't so shiny, it would be a lot easier to tell. But that looks good. That looks very good. I'm very pleased with that. All right, so I am now going to add in some rocks and grass and moss. Just a little bit. Start off with a little bit of moss. Not a lot. Just a little bit. So in the past, I think what I've done, I think the mistake that I made is applying glue over top of foliage, which is just not a good plan. So I am trying to put the glue down first and then apply the foliage over the top like so. And I'm not going to do a lot. I just want a little accent. I got a couple different color variations of moss here. I'm going to go for some of the darker stuff. Like so. Then I think I will throw in a little bit in between the two largest boulders. Yeah, that'll do it. A bit like broccoli. A little bit like broccoli from my end. I need a pokey tool. Like this. Ah, perfect. If it would stay. There we go. There we go. Go. And put a little bit on the front side as well. For some of that really dark green stuff back here. The guy at the hobby shop taught me to mix different shades of green in order to make it seem a little bit more natural. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. Well, that's not working out like I thought it would. Not working out like I thought it would at all. There we go. There we go. Just took a little bit of persuasion. I am dabbing a little bit more glue in there, even though I said I wouldn't, just to convince that moss to stick. And I got one more little sprig here, so let's put it right here by this elephant skull. Need a stick. There we go. There we go. I think I convinced it. I may have just ruined it now by adding more glue, but I think I've just ruined all of this now by adding in more glue. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna stop messing with the glue. All right, so I put down a little bit of moss. Now I am going to put in a few tufts of grass. No, I was going to do rocks next. I'm going to do a couple rocks. Now these are interesting, so they're not actually rocks. They are pieces of like styrofoam that just have a really irregular shape to look like rocks. Sometimes I do use actual rocks from outside, like bits of gravel. Those look really, really good. But in this particular case, I'm going to use the styrofoam rocks just because I don't really need a ton. Oh dear. And I'm just gonna position these in a few strategic places. I say strategic like I have a plan. I have no plan. There is no plan here. No, I don't want that there. I am gonna bust out a few of my really small real pebbles. Gonna have to go out and get some more pebbles eventually. Okay. Now I'm gonna throw in a few tufts of grass, and then I think we're gonna call this complete, apart from varnishment. I'm getting out my bigger sets of tufts because they have a much better variety of sizes, like these little itty bitty ones. Which is what I want right now, some little itty bitty. Okay. This is really good for filling in some of the patches where the dirt is a little bit sparse. And I will throw in a couple of the swamp tufts for good measure. These that I was using were the woodland tufts. They've got some tan in there. And the swamp tufts are a more vibrant green. Like I said, the guy at the hobby shop told me that if you want really good results, you mix different colors and tones to make it look more natural. So that's what I'm doing. Let's see, got a couple little ones, slightly bigger one. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put, we'll see how this goes. This might be an unsuccessful experiment, but I just feel like right there. I feel like right there is pretty good. Okay. I think we are gonna call that a wrap. I think that is about as... It's just at a good place where I don't really want to mess with it anymore. We've got some terrain, we've got some foliage. Here, I'll switch back. I don't know. The wash has dried really nicely. It's not too clumpy, so it's got a very natural look to it. Now it's just a matter of just letting everything dry, honestly. Oh, and there I go. Stop touching it. So now it's just a matter of letting all these other elements dry, and then spraying it with a varnish to seal everything in. So I think that's pretty much a good place for it to end. I agree, Ben. It has come a really long way. Bases that are this big are intimidating, especially when they have sculpted parts already in there. And this is the first one that I have painted myself and have terraformed or terrained myself, that has so many sculpted elements on it. But I think, giving myself a couple weeks time to think about it and to look at it, I think overall it turned out really nicely. And ultimately, this is just meant to be, it's just meant to kind of accentuate the bird, the bigger part. So, yeah, so I am very satisfied with that. I'm gonna run and grab the bird, and I want to look at the two of them together. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm back. If you did not get to see the bird last time, this is the bird. I have been calling it a Maxiature because it is a really big miniature. This is a model based off of a roc, the mythical bird of Arabian myth that eats elephants, giant eagles, essentially. And this one has been painted specifically to represent a homebrew giant eagle that is being used as part of my character's backstory in the Dungeons & Dragons campaign that Adam has been running for us. So this was done ages ago, and now the base is finished. So I'm going to, we're going to try. I don't know that this view is going to do much good, but we're going to try. Well, I can at least put them side by side next to each other. Yeah, that looks good. Because again, ultimately, the base should just accentuate the bird. The bird is really the most important part. And I'm very happy that they don't match exactly. Like, they obviously coordinate with one another. But the color scheme is not so identical that it's hard to tell the terrain apart from the bird. Thank you. I do think they fit together really, really well. So what is gonna look like... Yeah, I'll just go ahead and do this now. So, I don't think this will mess up too much stuff. Famous last words. There we go. So that is ultimately what it should look like. He will sit on there. He is not going to be permanently attached to the base. He is going to be able to detach and come off as necessary. But that is what he looks like sitting up there on his little perch. So I'm going to try to switch the perspective one more time. Nope, you can't see it at all. Great. Okay. Well, that's fine. You got the basic idea. I'm very happy with that. Once everything is dry and then I give it a protective varnish coat, then they will be all set, ready to be used for the campaign. And I don't know when they're going to show up, but now Adam has no excuse not to use the bird because it is officially done. It is completely finished. So now I can get back to the book nook because I got this thing done. So, oh boy. Well, thank you for indulging me with my little side project. I'm really pleased with how it came out, even though it took 2 sessions to do. I think it was still worthwhile. As with all of my projects, I am trying to keep a log of all of my streams on my YouTube channel, which is linked down below, LadyBravefalcon on YouTube. I'm going to be editing the 2 sessions for this base together at some point, and then putting them together into one video instead of just a long stream recording, which is what I've done in the past. And that'll hopefully be up soon. Again, with grad school and everything, I haven't begun to think about that yet, but I will be getting that up shortly. So if you're interested, if you want to relive the magic, YouTube, that's the place to go. Next Friday is the 4th, I think. Yeah, the 4th. June the 4th. I will not be here. We are not going to have a stream on June the 4th, because we are getting back into the bi-weekly schedule. So June the 4th is D&D night. We are going to be back together after being on a short break, a short hiatus. So next Friday I will not be streaming. The next stream is supposed to be the 11th, 2 weeks from now. However, that is... let me make sure my dates are right. Yeah, so the 11th is supposed to be the next time that I stream, but that is the end of my week at the zoo for grad school. So I might cancel that. I might just go ahead and just take the night off and give myself a little time to kind of breathe and relax after a week of classes and a week of studying. Haven't decided yet. We'll see how it goes. But now that the rock project is done, we are going to pick back up with the book nook, and we're going to start getting some stairs constructed and try to get that monstrosity done so that I can move on to other things. So I still have another whole book nook that is sitting down in my storage that we haven't even begun to mess with, but we got plenty of time. We got the whole summer and then some to try to get all these different projects done. So, and then I think at some point, maybe this is what we'll do. So I did have a lot of fun streaming the video game. I don't want that to become the norm. That's not what I do. I don't do games. But Adam and I have been talking about how much fun it would be to stream some rounds of Super Smash Brothers or some other co-op game that we can play together. So maybe the 11th. Maybe we'll do that on the 11th. Instead of worrying about a project, maybe we'll just unwind and we'll just play some games together and stream that. I'm gonna have to talk to him, but that might be what comes at you on the 11th of June. So stay tuned. I will do my best to keep everything updated as best I can. And as always, I appreciate you coming in and just giving your support with whatever amount of time you're able to give, whether that's for the painting, for the gaming, or just for chatting. This has been a great experience, and I love getting to see you guys. This last 3 weeks in a row of streaming, this has been a little bit crazy. I kind of want this to be the norm, but grad school. So anyway, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go and change out of my paint water soaked pants, and we're gonna get on with our lives. So Thanks, Sauce Farmer. Hey, you didn't give us an update on the beaver situation. We need to know, Sauce Farmer. Did you cut your losses? Beaver Girl hasn't responded. Kept insulting her. I feel like that might have been... I don't know. I still say cut your losses. I think you may have jumped the gun a little bit there. So, it's optimal play, you wouldn't understand. No, I've been happily married for multiple years and I've never touched Twinder. Oh dear lord! I was thinking Twitch and Tinder at the same time. It's all good. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna let the rest of you enjoy, if you're in America, enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day weekend. If you're not in America, enjoy whatever life has in store for you. Thank you again for coming over and hanging out with me, and thank you again for just your support and hanging out. It's great. I love it. All right. I don't know a better way to sign off, so I'm just gonna awkwardly leave. Goodbye!